All right. Whew. Okay. We were literally. There was 3 seconds left on the clock when I joined the tournament. It's kind of funny. Eric Hansen. Okay. Mr. Chessbra. How do I want to do this? So e5. Okay, he doesn't. Okay, he's playing extremely fast, so I should play fast too. A lot of things hanging here. A lot of things hanging. I wanted to talk a little and explain things, but he's playing so fast. He's not letting me talk. And not letting me do any talking. To be honest with you. Bruh. Can I do this and try to win this pawn? No, I cannot, huh? Jeez. Louise. Jeez Louise. I don't know what I'm doing there with d3 move, honestly. d3 was a... My queen got trapped. Is backsitting allowed? What does that mean, my friend? I think it is allowed. Eric Hansen, Mr. Eric Hansen. I think we probably equalized at some point, but he was just playing so much faster than me. Knight h4. Bro, check your attitude, brother. First of all, it's not me. It's Twitch. Second of all, no one is forcing you to watch it, bro. Maybe I should have put the knight on a5 here after b5. So I don't allow b5. I know, right? Mike. We got the second game, though. It was not the first one. The first we won, but the second one. Alright, let's go e4. Luis, how are you? Good evening. I'm enjoying your recent content. Thank you very much. Have you been tagging with us with enough like tags? I mean, I think so, honestly. I'm not sure. So with knight f5, we want to get the knight on c2. I think I do lose, but you know, I feel kind of same way. I feel like those videos did deserve. Okay, hold on. I need to actually like focus here for a second. Maybe rook b1. Now we're gonna try b4. Okay, what if we take now? I think now I'm gonna wanna take. Okay, b5, bishop a3, bishop c5 could be something. Or just straight up bishop g5. I want to establish the dominance in dark squares, so it could be doing this. What are we gonna do with this knight though? I'm getting cooked kind of here. Nice. I was aiming at that tactic like a sniper. Takes on e6 and then queen g6, knight g5, all that jazz. Yeah, it's a mate. Check. And check mate. Ah, it's not a checkmate? Okay, now it is. Awala. Your opponent is 49-year-old man chess hobbyist. Nice, but he was a good player. Whatever he was, Paul Rower. I don't think I've seen him before, but I did get a one brilliance along the way. Let's quickly take a look actually what standings are looking like here. Jospam is playing. Mr. Wonderful Time is playing. Okay. Thank you. We're 2 out of 3. No breaks in this tournament, so it's gonna go back and back and back. I coach, so technically this is my job, kind of. Yeah, so when people search a video, they type certain keywords so that your video gets in the search. Things like chess, name of the opening, name of the players, the event, your name, GM and IMs, and just different things like that. Yeah, Luis. Yeah, I've been trying. I have been included all that. Bro, I don't want to deal with that right now. I really do not want to deal with provocators right now. Doran, let me send you the link after this. I'll send you the link after this game, okay? I have the book recommendation list. I have some ideas. I have some ideas. Okay. Oof. They walked right into it. That was my idea. That's why I played knight d4. I take c6 now. If they take back, bishop takes c6. We have a fork on the king and the rook. Queen cannot move because I'm gonna go knight b5 there. All right. Okay. I think it's just game over, no? Bro. GG's, my friend. That wins the... Oh, wow. He's gonna keep playing, huh? I was thinking he was gonna resign. It was the King's Indian opening, yes. King's Indian attack, I mean. We're gonna take it home. Wow. Like, wow. I'm just gonna not say anything. You know? That's a full rook. I'm just gonna say that's a full rook. No shame, I guess. No shame in the game. Bro, that's gotta be the worst sport that I have had the experience with in a minute. Well, some people are just mad at life. I think it says more about them than playing it a lot lately. Having fun with it. Yeah, yeah. I play a lot of Reti. I play a lot of Reti and King's Indian attack positions. Right, Anthony Atanaso. Okay. Wow. This guy is a famous trickster or something. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. What's up? Okay, I need a. You're going? Yeah, I blundered that. I didn't see. I didn't see what I was saying. Give me a second. Yeah. Mike. No, I was just told we need to get the firewood. So okay. Man, why am I annoyed? Like, I don't even know why I'm annoyed. I clearly am. Wow, because so Mike, okay. Sorry, I was really distracted like a few minutes ago. But I'll catch you later. Drop him below 3,000. Yeah, and Home Depot closes, so I need to go get. And my hair lately, I need to get a haircut. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so we got Home Depot is gonna close soon, so I think I'll have to find the firewood in Walmart probably. Oh, that's the worst possible place to put the. I did try. I was thinking to go Bishop G5. Bro. Bro. Like, why? Why would you come and try to just be disrespectful? Like, why? Like, it's probably a kid though. Like, thinking, oh, it's he he he. It's fun. It's funny. All right. All right. All right. All right. Man, I'm blanking out. I cannot see. Bruh. I'm like stuck. I got stuck there. I was ahead on time and now I'm behind on time somehow. Wait, Rook A3 actually. How does he defend Rook A3? playing flag. Playing chess when you're distracted is... It's my fault, honestly. Yeah, if you lose this game, you have to eat 10 hot dogs. I'm actually hungry, so I'll take hot dogs. Where are the hot dogs? No, but like time-wise, man. Why did we froze here? I was trying to see how I can stop the pawn, but I'm only 10 seconds down, bro. Why are you freezing here? D6 and just bishop c6 on the next move. Nah. It's my fault. That's not what it was. It was not the chat. It was definitely not nothing related to the chat. Is there a break here? This tournament? After 6 rounds, there is a break? Or what? Oh, 4-minute break. I know, bro. Anthony, I was just telling like literally Bao that, bro, it feels like it's like 12 p.m. Yes, we do have a snow, and let me see if like what are we doing, okay? Okay. Uh Luis, will you let me finish this tournament and yeah. Um let me use the restroom real quick. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Frosty, you know it. You know it. I did grab a snack. We're going for the dragon. I need my hat. Okay, let's go. We're gonna go for Dragon Dwarf. Good old Dragon Dwarf. Man, I don't know why I feel so anxious. I feel so anxious. Like, I haven't felt this anxious playing Blitz in a minute. I don't understand why. Okay, you're probably wondering what was that exchange sacrifice about, right? Well, um, preferably the knight. I would prefer to have it somewhere like second knight coming to c4. But I don't think I can do that right now, so... I'll try to bring the other one. Okay, he moves the knight away. Okay, let's go b6. I'm assuming he's trying to reroute for f4 d5. Okay, I guess we can castle on that. Huh. Maybe we shouldn't have castle, but he was threatening f4. So I don't think I could do much about it, honestly. I'm out here thinking. In a 3-minute game like crazy, bro. You have some compensation, but objectively I think we should be getting mated first. Let's see if we can sneak to a3. Is that a thing? Queen a3, queen b2. Okay. To take a breath. Okay, we're ahead on time. That's a good thing. We shall run. We're forced to run. Damn it, bro. Ah! Queen d4. I should have gone for queen d4, huh? I feel like somewhere here was our chance. Damn it. Alright, let's go. Okay, let's go d3. Okay, I guess I'll go for d4. That's amazing, Epsilon. Arius, what's up? Epsilon, that's amazing, man. Keep it up. Keep it up. That was a crazy scramble. I should go back and take a look at what happened in that scramble. Oh, bishop goes that way. Okay. I don't see a move. Like, it's kind of crazy how that works sometimes. F7 is hanging at the end. No, if I take here, knight g4. Oh, but he's not gonna take knight. He's not gonna play knight g4. Yeah, I guess not. Okay. Did he just blunder the pawn there? Think so. Bishop b8 actually. Yeah. Today is not the day. These pawns are gonna go down. I had GM in round 4. Was it round 4? That didn't want to resign until literally a checkmate. And then when it was one move until the checkmate, he let the time run out. So it's everywhere. It's at all levels. Because I play like a much higher rated player if you ignore the blunders, and now cut down on them, and I'm improving a lot. Let's go. Bro, 400, I would say up to 1200 level. Tactics is all you need. Okay. Actually, I do need a little sugar. Let's. How much? How much time did we give them? We push d4. Probably double up. Okay, I'm still gonna take the control of the file here. I was gonna try to get in. Hmm. Now what? It's a she. It's a little girl. Okay, it looks like it's a kid. It's a little girl. So I don't feel great, but here is why I also kind of like don't feel bad. I did not try to flag her. She was trying to flag me. Because usually the code, the blitz code, is if you're not trying to flag your opponent, then you're just gonna repeat the moves, right? So when I was playing, I played king b6, king c6 probably for like at least 10 moves. Okay? So the usually way it works is if you're okay with that, you also repeat the moves. The flagging is when you're like going around. Plus I was down a lot on time, so yeah. There is no way this is good, bro. I mean, there's so many questions that I have. What about e3? But knight c6, I think, looks most straightforward. Huh? Frosty, that's a good question. I think I have this mode of double check mode. But that's a good point, and that's actually a very good observation by you. He had actually queen b1. Rook d7. I think I'm gonna win this. So I probably should go knight. That's a queen, bro. Man, very strange feeling. I don't know why I have this feeling, but my heart rate is very high now. It's not like I'm usually nervous when I play Blitz, you know? Yeah, 14 seconds. I know that was a lot. You're right, Frosty. That's a very good observation. That's how I know also myself that usually something's off. When I'm sharper, I usually make those decisions on the spot. Okay. Yeah, 14 seconds here, basically like 15 seconds on the move that was basically forced is definitely not good. Yeah, I got little grapes here. That actually helped. I pulled Magnus. Oh yeah, actually we were late for the game, huh? We were late like 45 seconds actually. Jordan. What up? What up? What up? Barry. Why I'm here? Why I'm here? I don't know. That's quite a username, my friend. There. All right. Gleb Dudin. This guy's 2600 FIDE. He's a very sharp player. A3, okay. Okay, knight lands on g5. Now bishop h3. He's gonna take here, I guess, right? But bro, I swear there was some tactic here, but I can't remember. Is it this? Can't remember, but could this be it? Because we are threatening some captures there. Like we want to. Take here. Ah. That's how. We got what, 2 pawns for it? Welp. Oh my. He took with the E pawn. I was expecting him to take with the queen. Bruh. Well, A3 is just a transposition, you know. You can transpose to a lot of... Basically, think of it this way. You pass the move to black, so you start playing with black, and you just make A3. And there are some lines where that A3 actually may transpose to the legitimate line. Like it did. Ah, this doesn't work. So I mixed this up. I mixed it up. So I guess I should just take. Probably something like this. But no. Then H4 is there. Mr. Terrible won it. Terry Renato. Jospem. Alcantara second. Bortnik third. We got 20th place. Yeah, tough tournament. Tough tournament. No, I'm not hungry actually. It's not like I didn't eat. I'm not hungry. That's why I'm like, usually if I'm hungry, I know what the reason is. I had the late, like, I kind of had the dinner. You're talking about Luis. Luis is the new valuable member of the community. Um, he's been very supportive, and I'm very thankful for it. All right, let me turn off the proctor. Check out. Oh, I see. I see. Sorry, I was using phone for the proctor, so I didn't see it. Basically, they make you do dual, like two cameras. Nigda, I mean, color. We're gonna analyze games. Okay. I just finished the tournament, bro. Give me a sec. I just played like 11 rounds of intense intense chess. Let me readjust the screen. All right. We are good to go. I think that looks better, right? All right, Luis, let me know if you're here still. And when ready, I'll take a look. Let's do it. I don't think actually I have you on chess.com in friends, do I? Oh yes, I do. All right. Okay, so tell me the pre-story here. You recently got into playing Reti or King's Indian attack. There are minor differences. Usually King's Indian attack is called exclusively G3, not like knight F3, G3, bishop G2, short castle, D3, and then going for E4. Hey, Skewerly with the raid. Thank you very much, my friend. It's been a minute. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for bringing your people over. How are the streets? How are the Twitch streets? You've been doing good? Happy New Year's. Hopefully 2026 is great for all of us. Chestnut. I know the feeling, but hey, us chess players like suffering. I think we're accustomed to suffering. You know, that's really what we enjoy. It's not only the wooden pieces. We're addicted to suffering. So it's part of it. That's part of why we do it. Okay, so keyed on black, and then I just been playing it on white with the same idea to try to get familiar with the opening. I've been playing it for about 3 weeks, so just to. Oh yes, and to all the Skewerly people, very nice meeting you. I'm Zura. Okay, the chief honcho around here. And we are having a look at 1313's, Lewis's games. Okay. So yeah, you said try to get familiar with the opening. Been playing it for about 3 weeks. Yeah. How does it feel? Are you liking it? Which game should we start? Start from or in general? I'll take a look at honestly like last 10 games. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's take a look at start from this loss. How about that? All right, here we're playing with black. So with black, you start with d6. So technically, you start with Pirk, and then you go knight f6, g6, bishop g7. Okay. All right. Let's quickly take a look here. What happened first, and then I see. I see. All right. A couple of things. Looks like our opponent played hyper aggressively here with e5. I play actually a lot of this myself. Okay. I like to play modern though. I usually start with g6 and then I get into this. So being a g6 player, bishop g5 is not very common, or I would say not common at all, because right now if you don't have knight here, then what is it doing here, right? It's gonna get kicked. Now with this move order, actually, what is the right move here? Is it knight g4? It looks like knight g4 should be the move, right? Or if we play knight g4. So that is the one thing you want to watch out here. Caveman attack, okay? When white goes for the immediate cheese. As Hikaru likes to call it, like e5. But I do not believe it is that bad for black. So we could probably start with knight g4. Now we are attacking this pawn. If they attack us back h3, maybe then go back to. It is very rare, right? Honestly, it caught me off guard too. I'm also not sure what the best way to play against this is. Maybe then we should just go back, but then white plays f4. So what does computer say is the right way to do it? Wow, computer actually says d takes e5, d takes e5. Do you like to use a computer when you analyze games, Louis? Do you usually, I guess, or do you try to analyze yourself first and then use the computer? That is usually probably a preferred method, but a lot of people don't have patience for it nowadays. So I guess knight g4, but okay, I don't blame you. Honestly, I don't see why this would be good for black. So probably the problem is a little earlier here. What if we go knight fd7? Because we want to have them take on d6 and then take back and get rid of this pawn, right? So one thing I would be concerned about here is probably f4, right? f4, short castle, knight f3, and knight b6. Okay, this is I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like white still has the grip on the position here. Even though computer only evaluates as 0.18. Here, let me actually show you this. Oh. Here, so you can also see what computer recommends and not what not. Yeah, it seems like white is much easier to play. So I'm gonna be honest with you, actually, Luis. I have not noticed that difference between, because I get this position so much from, I usually don't play immediate knight f6. Okay, I usually play d6, g6, bishop g7. Okay, from the modern, and then probably a few moves later I bring the knight out to f6. So I don't usually get this immediate e5. So not only you, but that caught me off guard too here. So now if I was on your place, what would I do? Right? That would be probably what do I think is the solution to this? Do we have a way? Okay. What if we start with knight bd7 if they start with this particular move order? What if we play knight bd7? That's what I would be thinking in my head during the game. Knight f3, h6, bishop e3, like something like this, for example. Okay, computer is gonna say this is now like, but I think 0.9 is a little overstatement. Have you experimented with modern, starting with g6? Another computer suggestion here is start with c6. Okay, that also makes sense too. And you play like knight bd7 and b5 and try to expand. And then you switch to Pirk. Okay. I guess another way of playing this would be knight bd7, h6. Like if he plays queen d2 here, then you go. You're not really worried about taking here. Them taking here, because without the dark squared bishop, usually these positions are quite harmless for black. Yes. Yes, kid is most flexible, but against e4, you don't get a good kid. That's the thing. Against e4, you have to, like, so kid technically is against d4, right? Against e4, because King's Indian would be considered the positions after c4. But if white plays e4 and d4, then they have option of not going c4. So that's where we have to choose. Either we do modern or we do Pirk like this. I mean, there are different options of Pirk too. I guess if like immediate e5, more like in the style of Philidor. But that's whole different set of positions. If you're trying to be a system player, then probably you want to stick with yeah, I've experimented with c6 and these ideas too, because it, 0.5 in these positions. It's all good. Yeah. Maybe like b5, if they go here, then you go b4. And it's a fight, you know? Like something like this looks very familiar actually. I probably have had, like if I look up my database of games, I probably have had a game like this. All right. So what ended up happening in the game, yeah, like this, you just yeah, that's just lost after knight d5. It's hopeless. But you can play knight fd7 apparently. And the idea is knight d5, and now you can take here. But why couldn't you take actually after knight g4? Could you after knight h3? Ah, your opponent was smart. They knew what they were doing. So someone has... This might be a line. Man, that just tells me this might be their prep. I would not be surprised if this is taken from some video or someone else's prep. And you walked into it. Because this, I can tell that bishop g5, e5 immediately, like that fast is not very common. And plus, he's making a move h3 with 5 seconds, which is the computer's first line, meaning that he knew what he was doing. So, because otherwise you wouldn't make a move like h3 in 5 seconds. You would make a move maybe like knight d5 here or knight b5 if you are like to play fast. But h3 would not be the first thing you would think, because after knight d5 you don't have bishop e5 to defend it. Okay, so that probably was the case. So that means that if someone else knows about it, there are probably more people that knows about it. So yeah, you probably c6, either choose between c6 or yeah, you said you want to try check with c6. Cool. All right, let's see. Next one, you are playing Nelson Seraspi. Okay, starts as ready. And then transposes to this. Was this part of your creativity, this a3, c3, b4? It is unusual, I'll tell you that. It is unusual, but I mean, if that's what you want to try. If that's what you want to try, I am all for creativity. Not sure. I've seen a lot of b4 in Reddit and English openings here, but I'm not sure I've seen it with c3. Well, it kind of worked. It kind of worked, actually. Anytime you trade your side pawn for a pawn that is closer to the center is a good trade. So technically you gained out of this trade because now your pawn structure is better. And okay, now you got this nice pin going. Where is that queen gonna go? Okay, b4. Okay, I guess bishop d2 doesn't do much, right? He's gonna take here. Yeah, that makes sense. You got the pawn out of this. Well, technically you didn't get the pawn. Yeah, he gets the c4 back, but I was gonna say, do you have knight d2? Or does he have like way to defend this? Yeah, no, that's actually a trick, right? He fell for. Is that a blunder? Yeah, I think that is a blunder because queen cannot defend the e7 bishop, and then on the next move, no matter what, you're taking the knight. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure why he gave you that. Oh, oh, oh. Wait. Hold on. First of all, the rook. First of all, you dropped a rook. Easiest way, trade. Don't overcomplicate it. Go to the back rank and force the trade. Rule number one thing. Then you're gonna move another piece on the back rank. Not to mention the threats that you're gonna have. Like you obviously are threatening to take their queen d8 mate or take bishop c5 check. You're threatening all kinds of things. But if you, let's say, does something like that, then just force it. Force the trade. Because I would assume that what's happening here is you realize that you're now approaching a 1 minute mark, and you start to rush a little and panic in terms of time. Nice conversion at the end still. Yeah, it happens sometimes, you know, when you realize that, oh, time, and you try to make next few moves fast. So that's a you gotta first step towards fixing that is recognizing that. I mean, I do it too. Like, don't get me wrong. I think players do that at all levels, you know, and I do it more than I would like. But something to be aware of for sure. Where a lot of players go wrong. You panic, and usually when you are in that panic mode, first or second move is a mistake. I want a lobster. Anthony, is that you? So about that here, yeah, I think in terms of converting, if you don't see a tactic, first of all, I don't think actually you should be looking for tactics right now. You should be looking for, even if there is a immediate mate, maybe like 3-4 moves, still practically keep it simple. All right, I did want to take a look at this. So normally, do you know what you usually do against this? Do you try to play c4? So King's Indian attack would be going d3 and e4 here. Okay, going something like this. Knight bd2, rook e1, usually like short castle, rook e1, and they go, let's say b5 or d5, something like this. You go h4 and basically like that, let's say like something like this, queen e2, or you don't even need queen e2, and it's like here, then they go b5 here, this type of play. Okay, and then you try to push with this pawn. So this would be called the King's Indian attack. Now Reti is more like a c4. Okay, this would be a true Reti, and slash transposition to the English opening. One of the reasons I think that, or at least what I really enjoy and like with Reti, is flexibility. It can transpose to a bunch of e4 positions. It can transpose to Reti and c4 English positions, and it can transpose to a lot of Catalan type of d4 positions. And using all of them in your arsenal, number one, makes you a lot more dangerous player. Number two, you have more fun, right? Like you're switching it up. So yeah, just to give the little because generally play d3 and e4. So you do go for the King's Indian attack. I see. Well, okay. I just wanted you to have the clear vision about that. Then honestly we missed probably somewhere here, because it felt like we had a pin, such a nice pin, and we missed it. Okay, looks like knight a3. Here it wins a piece, because oh, it wins a queen actually, not just a piece, it wins a queen. Yeah, knight moves backward actually is usually the trickiest to miss. I missed that move at first too. I didn't see it without now engine telling me. So oh, you saw it in the game too? Yeah. Okay. My take on that would be, usually if you feel that, man, something's off, you know, here his position looks so awkward. Probably you're thinking that after bishop e3, right? My opponent's position looks so awkward here. There are so many weaknesses. There is a pin. That's an indication that it can be a critical moment. Okay, that's a critical moment. And the reason why you want to identify critical moment is so you know how to manage your time. Usually you want to, I guess the way I think about it is, you probably have time for 3 critical moments in any game. If you're playing 15-minute games, this is a 15-minute game, right? Oh, it's a 10-minute game. That's probably less. Okay. Maybe 1 or 2 critical moments. And the way I think about it is, on critical moments, you can afford spending 20 minutes of your time at max. Okay, 20% of your time. So if you're doing 10-minute games, 2 minutes. So in a critical moment, you can afford spending 2 minutes. But the advantages of recognizing critical moments is quite big. I would say that's almost your gut feeling telling you, hey, this is a tactic. You know, there might be some tactic here in the position. Yeah, not about this particular like game only, but I think in general, recognizing critical moments is a big part of playing chess well in general. Oh, that was you. That was you, Anthony. I see. I see. We are analyzing a game at the moment. Okay, we're doing game reviews, game analysis. All right. That was versus Nelson here. Hey, Frosty. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Shout out to my YouTube people too. I did post a video today that I know for a fact that there is a lot of value in it. I do not expect, honestly, it to get a lot of views. I'm gonna be honest with you, because that's just state of things nowadays. Watching 1 hour video takes a lot of effort. It's 50 something minutes, 50 minutes, right? But for some of you, I thought it would be useful. But yeah, okay, back, Luis. I guess what I was saying is, yeah, there was an interview I remember with Hikaru, and they were asking him, why do you think you and Magnus are on a different level compared to other players? I think it was a speed chess championship. And that's what he answered. He answered that even in the 1 minute game, like bullet games, think of it this, think about it, bullet games even, and they were playing 1+1 though, not just 1-0, 1+1. We are able to identify critical moments better than anyone else. And then he was saying third one is probably Ali Reza, but it's kind of crazy to think that that's what he considers the biggest difference, or at least that's what I thought, you know, because you wouldn't think that it could be like, oh, fast decision making, like that would be probably most natural response, right? Oh, we just like make decisions faster, or you know, or good intuition. It could be an answer like that. I hope I made sense there. All right, let's take a look at this one. Buying RGTI. Okay, so yeah, like, because I see this with my students all the time, that they'll play the game, there will be a big moment in the game, and they will just pass it by playing the move in like 10 seconds, or completely missing the mark. I think it's very common. So identifying it as an issue is the first step towards getting better at it. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Frosty, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a huge help. Okay, we're playing with black here. Um, I like what you did with knight h5. Yes, if we can get that dark square bishop, usually that shuts down majority of white's counterplay, and especially on the king side here and near the king. So while I do not hate this move h5, I also think that it's an extra move. I don't think you need it. Let's say if you play d6 right now, he doesn't really get to attack you over the h file. Let's say if they play bishop e2. If you are really worried about it, you don't have to castle immediately. You can bring the knight first to f6, for example, or you can play like knight d7 and play e5, and eventually, okay, what is he going to do, right? He has to declare his intention, whether he is going to go short castle or long castle, right? If he goes long castle, maybe we also go long castle. Or if we feel engaging into the fist fight, then we would castle short. But honestly, like, I don't see what's wrong with this, and then we can try going long castle, and again, we have a comfortable position here. Probably e4 is actually the best of them. Okay, so I'm usually, yeah, big against random moves in general. Again, I don't say this is a random move, but do we really need it? Again, this constantly asking yourself those questions, I think, helps us during the game, and helps us compound our thinking over time. All right, e6. So you didn't want to go immediate e5, so you do e6. I actually kind of like e6. And then hit them with c5. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. And now white center has completely exploded. Right? Oh, there is no more center. Very nice. Very nice. This was a strategic miniature. Even though you won with tactics, the real exploitation happened strategically on the long diagonal and on the dark squares. Very nice. Okay, let's keep going. Next one, we got 60 Q 2021. Let me grab water real quick. Let me refill my water. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see here. Okay, another black game. We love to see when they play reserved against the King's Indian defense, don't we? And they just like take their time and chill. Like, don't rush, bro. Take your time. All right, let's talk about this. We sure about the d5. I think you can mix this up with Sicilian now. You can play like c5. I would probably have gone c5 here, and then try to go knight c6, and then hit them with the complete control of the center, like something like that, like c5. Because if they had just played d3, very likely they're not gonna play d4 anytime soon. Because if they wanted to play d4, they would have played d4 immediately, right? So they're most likely gonna do like this type of stuff, you know, like bishop e2, short castle, and like knight bd2, right? So now we can Usually when you see your opponent is very reserved, and I see this because when I am reserved playing against the good players, I see immediately like really like 3,000 level players. They gonna be like sharks. They're gonna take every inch of advantage or every inch of like space or whatever it is as they can. Okay, or that they can. So what I'm saying here is we can be a little more ambitious if we see they are reserved and take that, use that in our advantage. So that would translate right now to e5, and let's say then when they play like knight bd2, probably like maybe like rook e8 or like b6 and going for d5 next, let's say, right? Or like h6, rook e8, maybe like d5, bishop out, rook d8. So yeah, okay. What you did d5 here, obviously not bad. Also, you equalized, but that's probably it. Okay, I don't think we objectively are better here. So yeah, considering here which break do we want to make, that would be another thing. That's what I would be thinking. You know, I mean e5 is always an alternative. Also, I think you probably have seen a bunch of that too. Like this, knights we go knight c6, and then we want to go d5. Let's say when they do this, this would be another one which would immediately pose our opponent questions like, what are you gonna do, right? Let's say, what are you gonna do about the center here? Are you gonna leave it? Are you gonna take it on d5? Or takes d5. You see, so two moments which you want to take your time, okay, which would qualify as a critical moment. One, when the pieces get traded. Number two, when there is a change in pawn structure. Okay, d5 right now is a change in pawn structure. So those are few basically places where you want to take your time and make sure you are comfortable with the decisions that you make there. Because I don't think we are very comfortable with our decisions in this game. I mean, it's not bad. This battery, I guess, is something, but this bishop probably doesn't feel that great, right? Yeah. So when you already get into that restrained position, it's we want to be. That would be probably like f5 when you played f5 here. Okay, that's a move that you want to be very confident in. Okay, because that pawn is not going back, and if that pawn is not going back, that bishop is staying on g7 for a very long time. I'm not sure what's the alternative. I guess just leaving it as it is and have them play e4. I'm not sure. What does computer say? Just play b6, it says. And if they go d e5, play queen e6. Man, I would be somewhat uncomfortable facing f5 here. I don't think I would be very comfortable with this. Nah, this is not for humans. It says that this is the best, but kind of allowing all these pawns to get that close. No. I think this looks more human way of playing. Queen c6, bishop e6 probably. But yeah, it has gone wrong before that. I think actually, you see this one taking on e4. Yeah, that's made white's this lazy play justified, because after this, look at all white's pieces now. All white pieces are good. So what that means is, what the computer is telling us is, play knight d5. Do not trade the knight and fix white's pawn structure. What we mean by fix their pawn structure is, like, now that file opens up and it goes back to symmetrical. So the fact that they wasted some tempos there doesn't matter that much. Okay, so major step towards wrong direction here was knight takes e4, I would say. Obviously that doesn't lose the game, but you already you get into a very uncomfortable position. Okay. Yeah, then I think we... How did it go down? Oof. 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 Wow. Oh my god. You're back. That is incredible. You're back. King takes b4, rook h7. Are you actually able to run this pawn faster than this pawn promotes? Here, what if you go h5? Oh, you gotta have bishop d5 at the end. So this pawn is not gonna promote. Because if this happens, you just go bishop d5. That is incredible. Honestly, that not only that you are still alive here, but you're in fact actually back in the game. Apparently king takes here and black is better, man. Like, okay, it's 0-0s, but it said minus evaluation for some time, and I actually think this is a lot trickier to play with white. But apparently we have to see this move bishop d5 to bring the bishop on this diagonal. That kind of makes sense actually, right? We have to cover the g8 square. If they're trying to promote there, we would want to cover that, right? And then you put the bishop there. Okay, apparently he does get in. Ah, this is incredible. How is it a draw though? Like takes h5. Look at this position, man. This is some study. This is some study like position. And how crazy is that you promote exactly on g8, stopping the mate after black also promotes, stopping queen b3. That honestly is an incredible coincidence. Coincidence. Pretty incredible. How did you not calculate this, Luis? So what was the critical what was the critical move? C6 is too slow, huh? Nope. Nope, it's not too slow. Apparently he gave you a chance. I think he should have tried running this pawn down immediately. Rook g8, b3, rook b8, b2, g6. This is some crazy stuff, man. Bishop d5. Wait, isn't it better to start pushing this pawn? Yeah, it's definitely better to start. This pawn is not going anywhere. So king is blocking it, so it's definitely to push this. But this is gonna be some crazy business. I tell you. F4 check. Because if you promote h7, wait, what? If we go there, h8, and we'll lose? Somehow we'll lose. Wow. So we have to play f4 after this. You know why? Because now if you take king e4, and you should, then we are the one promoting on b1 with the check. You have to sacrifice, because otherwise we're going to promote first. You have to sacrifice, and then a1. Oh my. Analyze this, put it in the book. This is literally a study. You know, this is the type of stuff you see in Timan's books. That is honestly insane. Man, race endgames make very fun, actually. Very fun fights. Because it's very hard to calculate like 5-10 moves, so it's usually a coin toss. Who promotes first? You feel that your end game is the best part of your game. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Okay. Very fun game. We should learn a lot from this. Oh, wow! Again, you're there first. Oh, why is that? You can go c5, rook a7, then c4. So apparently this is a crucial tempo that you just won with c5 and with c5 specifically. And I guess you're gonna use the help of the king, huh? I think next you just gotta go here because h4. Alright, this is crazy. So a2, h5, bishop g8, or king b3 first. And when he plays h6, this is the key idea. Bishop g8. But we also have c2 actually, and we promote with a check. So we will be fine either way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're back. Yes. What? 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 Okay, that's plenty of time. That is plenty of time, I mean. That is plenty of time. What did you get distracted by? You should put bishop g8 right now, like immediately. Put the bishop g8 and worry about the rest later. I mean, the way to fix this is, I was telling earlier a student of mine, like, you may be doing a lot of chess. Like, this is the kid that went from like first 1200 to 1700 in about a year or so, and then 1700 to 1900 then in another, like, basically in the span of maybe a year and a half, something like that. Okay, I'm talking about the USCF. And recently played a tournament that had like very simple oversights. And oversights are about observation. Okay, when I have oversights in my game, you probably see me all the time. This when I play blitz myself, I'm not as observant. You know? So I guess what I'm trying to say with this is that is the reason why you warm up before. Let's say, do you do puzzles on a regular basis? Zigzy, what up? What up, my friend? You've been playing 6 months? Started at 900 and slowly grinded to 1700? From 900 to 1700 in 6 months? Wow. Bro. That's good. That's good, my man. Okay, that means that you have the blueprint of overcoming roadblocks. Okay, whatever is stopping you at that particular level, that's really is the key, honestly. Zigzy, good to see you, man. You been good? When did the Twitch username change? It's been a minute. The pawn structures, yeah, pawn structures is great. I use it with my students quite a bit too. going into, yeah. So I guess the only practical application to this is that is why, like, before you do puzzles, right? Before you start doing the puzzles, just warm up for the first 5 minutes. Okay, the same way you don't go for sprints, right? Like if you're an athlete, you don't go for sprints the first thing you get on the training, right? Get to the training. First you warm up. So I actually had a coach that would make me do simple exercises, okay? And I was already 2100 rated player. And that would frustrate me, honestly, because I was thinking that, oh man, I'm like, bro, I'm the next, you know? I'm the number one player in the nation, you know? I'm the next like world champion. And I have all those like aspirations, you know? And you got me doing 1 and 2 movements out here for like an hour and more. So I was kind of like frustrated with that. But looking back at it, now I understand kind of why. You know, you have to be serious about warming up so you don't have clear oversights like this. So, Luis, you know what the issue is then? So, you gotta get back to it. I mean, yeah, it happens all the time. It's hard to maintain the exact same routine, and especially if it's somewhat like challenging. But I mean, in a way, we should probably strive on it. That's another thing. FB3, what up? Good to see you, man. Olgar book has over 3,000 two-move mate problems. Yeah, two-move mates are actually really good. Have you tried, but not just check-in mates. I'm talking about studies, like composed positions. Chess Quest. We're analyzing games, my friend, right now. But, so not at the moment, but we gotta find the time, okay? We gonna find the time. Yeah, we're kind of like, okay, talking more about philosophically about it, I think, but also I just want to address in general the improvement systems. I think most importantly, you want to optimize your system, and then rest is just the volume. Hey, FB3, thank you very much for the sub. That's the second month, my friend. Glad to have you in the community. So yeah, okay. I'm gonna move on to the next one here. I know I'm moving slow, but that was, I think, were like discussions that I wanted us to have. Let me know if you want me to go, go if you want us to go faster. Um, yes. Okay. This is another thing. Okay, this is a very common position of ready. Okay, and if the black player is the classic d5, e6, and queen's gambit decline player, there's a very high chance they're gonna play something like this against the red e2. Okay, it's a very natural development, right? d5, e6, and then like knight f6, and you bring the knights out, and sometimes you include the c5 in, right? Now, since you are going to be seeing this a lot, you want to probably decide what you're gonna do about it. What you did looks like was d3 and then played it in this manner. Ooh, that's dangerous, man. That is dangerous. Opening up the h file, and now you have to bring the queen. Okay, I like what you did, but okay, let's review this. But before we go that far, I do want to take the moment on this. I think your best try in this position is d4, and that is what I do most of the time. Here, that's what I play. I mean, there's been moments when like I played d3, e4, but objectively, if we're trying to fight for the advantage, probably d4 is the best try. Okay, a lot of people will continue playing with knight f6, or takes here. Okay, on d4. They take on d4, you just take back. And then, how do you feel actually in general? Lewis, how do you feel about the d4 push? Are you uncomfortable opening the position up? Because knight f6, we do have to follow it up with c4 if we choose to go with this, and it transposes into the Catalan. Do you have any experience with Catalan at all? Read your YouTube chat also. All right, let's go. What's happening on the YouTube chat? Bro, is Streamlabs X my mode? Or what is this? I used to be a Scotch Gambit player. D4 is more positional, so I have zero experience with this idea. I had like 80% win with the Scotch, but I wanted to work on my black opening, so I converted. Okay, okay. Now, honestly, if you feel like sticking with D3 and E4 for the most part, that is very viable. You can stick with it. But yeah, D4 that is going to require. I play D4 here. For the most part, there will be moments when I play like D3 and C3, but for the most part, I actually play D4. Okay, and the way it goes usually is some people will take here and you take back, and then when they play like bishop e7, we are like take on d5 probably here, and a lot of times it's gonna get into this Tarash position with isolated pawn, like something like this. Okay. Second most common is probably taking this pawn on c4, and when they take on c4, you want to decide what you want to do here. My suggestion to you, if you are inclined to play endgames would be queen a4. Queen a4 actually leads to, let's say they take on d4, you take back on d4 with the knight, they take with the queen, you take on c6 with the check. Now they cannot take back because you have queen c6 and double attack, king and the rook. So they have to block with bishop d7. Don't forget we sacrificed the knight on d4, so we're still down a piece here when we captured, before we captured on c6. So when we captured the c6 knight, now we're back to equal, but at the moment they have an extra pawn on c4, right? So technically we're down a pawn right now. However, we go rook d1, bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, pawn takes c6, rook takes d4, and we are going to win the c4 pawn and end up in a very tiny bit better endgame because the pawn on c6 is a target. Now after queen a4, yeah, this is actually, I remember winning national junior championship, winning the critical game in the national junior championship with this this exact position. Okay, so I have actually very good opinions and memories on this line. Okay, when they allow it and when they take on d4. If they do not want to allow it, they can play bishop here, but then you get into, I think, like you can either take on c5 or you can take on c4. c4 is actually somewhat sharp, so I take on c5 usually and then go into this position, bishop e7, and now you play standard Catalan position where again white is slightly better because we have easier play due to more active pieces, especially like the rook, bishop. Both bishops actually have established squares that they can get out to, and the same cannot be said about the black bishops, right? This bishop specifically on d7 is going to be a problem to get in the game. So yeah, that would be the choice. Now, you do need some theory here though, okay? You do need to still understand, let's say, like a little bit of specifics about it. But that could be the alternative when you play ready. Okay, let's talk about this now. We could probably shut it down immediately, like with h4, or the best reaction against h5 usually, because a lot of strong players like Hikaru probably always goes with this with me, and I actually have a win versus Hikaru in this, like when he tried to go for the cheese. And I have the video, that's what he was saying. He's like, I'm gonna go for the cheese. E4, so queen is nearby, you know, queen is open, so now if he goes there then takes. A lot of people will sacrifice here, but that also then allows you to play, bring the queen over, you know, like that. Yeah, because he played the caveman stuff like this. He played like something like this and sacrificed everything, and I basically captured then ended up a material because he was trying to, I think it was the arena tournament, and you know how they play arenas, like they try to win fast. So he was trying to crush me. Crush me quick. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I think you could join the center. Yeah, exactly. The same way. Same way. I honestly feel the same way, like sometimes when I teach my students already, they are worried about these attacks. But I feel the same way. I feel very comfortable. Like, yeah, give me give me the pawn. I'll take it. Because I know that it also exposes black's position quite a bit. But okay, taking on h4 is another thing though. Taking on h4 is another story, okay? That's a little too much, I think. Maybe we should try to like either h4 here or let them take or don't do anything about it, just continue doing your own thing. Because getting the queen over is not going to be that easy, You could also just take with f here and then come out like queen e2. you know. But taking on h4 is a little too much, I think. Okay, especially taking it twice. Yeah, computer also thinks that's a no, right? Queen a4. Okay, I like what you did with queen f4. Then bishop e3. You actually prefer to take with the h pawn. It depends. Yes, for the most part that's what I do too, actually, on g3. But in this particular case, I mean, we could argue that it also gives us some sort of pressure on the f file. Like we could easily see something like this unfolding, like e5, for example, and then trying to use the f file. Do you know sadistic Tushi? Yes, I know Tushi. Okay, I like that we got creative with our defense here, but probably we do not want to get into this position in the first place, right? Okay, it's a -3. That's a lot. I think this queen is gonna feel very uncomfortable here. Borderline trapped. Let's say f6 and knight f5 are threats. So it looks like very nice comeback, man. Very nice comeback. You see, it's kind of crazy that even at 1700 level, a lot of games are decided with just simple tactics. Okay, like that. But it did require help, right? So I give you credit for resourcefulness and resilience. And yeah, I think that's probably one thing that allows you to keep climbing. That you are adaptable to the level and to what your opponent brings upon. Okay. Which one was that? What was this one? Ryan Oman. Why are rooks so good? I mean, they're second most powerful pieces on the board. What's going on, everyone? We got joined by TV, I believe. Hope everyone is having a good evening. I'm Zura, and we are analyzing games right now. Zil Mehta, my friend, I see you type the same message. This is probably 5th time, okay? I'm not sure if you're listening, but we're analyzing games. So we're not playing game. Analyzing games means you're reviewing the game. And so it says in the description. Minesweeper Gambit. Okay. Okay, another one. So I guess people do this quite a bit, huh? Okay, let's take a look. You somehow won this game down a rook, bruh. If you're able to win down a rook against 1750, that probably speaks of something. The second time they get you. Okay, so let's switch it up. Taking on d1, and this idea is then exposing your king and the d file does not work. Okay, we have to avoid that. That's the takeaway out of this. And the way to do that is you either go back or you go, if knight h5 I think might work now. Does knight h5 work? Because knight h5 rattle actually is, it's definitely something to consider also, you know. Now what is it going to do with the bishop? It has to move, and then you're gonna take the pawn on e5. So let's say if he goes here, we take. This is still a little iffy, honestly, because now if we take on, let's see, d1, rook d1, bishop e5. Does he still have knight d5 here? And then something like knight f3. No, but now you have bishop e5 to defend. Okay, you win. If you win the e5 pawn on time here to defend this, that could be a little different. Okay, the reason why I'm playing it is because this way we win a pawn. I mean, if we win the pawn and we are able to keep that extra pawn, then why not? Yeah, there you go. This is almost -1 for black. Knight b5, but there's nothing really there. Knight b5 because now they're threatening something like knight f3, and this is a problem. But we go knight a6. If they play knight f3, we can move the bishop back or take another pawn. Okay, maybe we wouldn't mind. Warrants, what's up? How are you doing, my friend? Welcome. But you have c6 to attack the knight, though. So then the knight will have to leave. Also. But okay, that's fair. You can just move it back. Honestly, you could probably even go here right now. Knight h5. Okay, we're hitting. Yeah, that apparently works right now. So that trick Does not work as well when the bishop is on f4 because we can hit the bishop and then win the pawn. We're in the process once. Okay, we have a lot more games to analyze here. Okay. But if you want to stick around, no. It's it's good. It's good. It's good, man. That's not why I said it, Luis. That's not why I said it. It's all good, man. I'm happy to help. You know, you've been supportive to me, so I am I'm happy to what's the word? Give it back, basically. And I'm happy to help the any way I can. Hey, Warns, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Okay, so this one I think you got lucky here. But that's kind of nice. Wait, was there a checkmate? No, there's no checkmate, right? So I guess you're not really winning. But he insisted on losing, huh? He's like, no, I don't want to draw. I want to lose. I want to lose. Yeah, he's like, no. Man, a very funny like incident. Like, you know how sometimes like some parents will be. Uh, Actually, Luis, I don't know if you've played that much. Yo, we got a hype train in here. All right, all right. You have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. Okay. I don't know what got that one started, but we are hype training. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yes, I was I think 10 years old, and I knew this kid. Oh, he subscribed with the Prime. Yes, thank you very much. That's what um, gets the train started usually. We're hyping. We're hyping in here. So no, I was just gonna say a story. Yes, sorry, I got distracted because something like on my end, it's also like Stream Manager. It pops up, so I was not sure what was the pop up, but I knew this kid that his parents would always tell him, "I don't want to see a draw. You either win or lose. I don't care." And we actually got to play each other in a decisive round. And okay, I didn't know better, so I literally played the game for a draw, knowing that he would go crazy. Okay, saying that I played for a draw is probably an exaggeration, but there were many moments in the game when I knew he would not take a draw, and That's exactly what happened. We ended up in a pawn endgame, and he started pushing pawns in pawn endgames, and I just captured it. And I was like, okay, okay, bro. If you want to lose, I'm not gonna oppose. But yeah, it basically happens. That's what I was gonna say. Some people are just, yeah, draw is not a result. You know, they don't consider a draw as a result. I know also strong players actually. Andy, I feel like is like that. But okay, he's not delusional about it though. He just plays for the win against everyone else. If position it requires him to draw, he is gonna draw. You know, but you'll see this in his games a lot. Okay, he always basically he doesn't consider a draw a result. Always playing for the win. All right, let's keep going. Next game was Teen. All right, all right. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, giving up the knight when your pawns are getting doubled. There are rare occasions where white actually is good for white, but for the most part, it I think messes up our pawn structure. And most importantly, you're not gonna be able to play e4, e5, or put the pressure on the center, or support the d pawn in case you end up playing d4. Okay, so I think it does quite a bit of damage. I don't think inviting bishop f3 here is a good idea. But what I like in your game, Luis, is that you are trying different things. Okay, you're trying to experiment and switch it up, see what works, what does not work. For example, in this case, something clearly didn't work. Yeah, this was. Did you get a chance? Oh, almost, almost. Maybe here like queen d4, queen d5. I mean, it's still lost, but you know, it's gonna require some precision. All right, hype train over. Okay, okay. He took time. Yeah, I think that was the illustration why you do not want to allow doubling your pawns here. I guess a way to probably give this a try could be maybe like go f4 here, like just bishop g2, or he played knight f6, right? Let's say bishop g2, knight c6, probably something like this, and eventually basically go f4. Going f4 here. And then undouble that pawn. Undouble that pawn and then play this symmetrical position with a bishop pair. So slightly probably, I would probably pick white side here with a little advantage because bishop pair is still a bishop pair. Very good question. Wasn't castling queenside a worse decision than taking on f3? I would say so, yes. Yes. Our position is not roses, but long castle definitely accelerated our demise. I think, yeah, bishop g2 probably, knight d4, then you have to go back and Yeah, I liked it actually. It kind of sounded nice too. I was like, "Ooh, that sounded intelligent." That sounded good. That sounded like a YouTube thumbnail kind of type of. You can tell I've been paying attention to YouTube thumbnails, right? And the titles, not only like thumbnails, but titles also. Yeah, something like this would probably be more tenacious. No, tenacious is not one of those words. Tenacious I actually use quite a bit. With I used before my streaming career too. Uh-huh. Okay, c3, queen b3, and then one day we can hope for bringing this bishop in the game. We have a long diagonal maybe. Yeah, long castle was like when you try something creative and it goes wrong very quick and you know exactly what went wrong or everything that went wrong with it. That was that. Okay, and then we have three wins to end it on. Let's see. Okay, here we go. The true King's Indian defense. This probably you started. Let's go, right? When you saw the actual King's Indian, you were probably like, let's go. All right, Queen C2 though. Shall we take a second here to talk about the Queen C2 move? That's a that's a one way of playing this. Usually Queen C2 is to support the center, but or like the E4 pawn, but E4 pawn does not need the protection right now. Protection that what needs protection is the D4 pawn. And I think you exploited it quite well with E5. I like it. One thing that you could also consider is knight c6. Okay, because that way we can now sneak our knight on d4, and there are a lot of ways this can go wrong for white. Let me show you some of them, for example, that I can see on top of my head. Number one could be something like this. Let's say they play like, say knight f3. You go e5. When they go d5, then you go knight d4. Takes. They move the knight, let's say, thinking they win this pawn back, but knight takes e4, and now we use the fact that king is in the center. I've seen this trick happening in different variations. One of them. It could probably also apply to bishop e3, and then we go knight d4. And if they play d5 immediately, we could get onto d4 anyways. Queen moves away, and now either c5 or e5, and then leave that knight parked there, or they have to allow this position where we are basically like 10 tempos up. It feels like we have made 9 moves and white has barely made any moves because they wasted time. Queen c2, queen d1, and then d4, d5 takes on c6, and we only spent 1 move on that. That is actually a very common area where a lot of people miscalculate, I guess, or no, it's not really a calculation, but they do not factor in amount of moves that piece has made. What I'm talking about right now is this pawn has made 3 moves, and then it got traded on c6 that has only made 1 move. So white basically wasted 2 moves. Okay, so we won like 2 tempos with that. Plus you add the 2 tempos that they lost with queen c2, queen d1, and that now they are like a lot behind. So that's why it felt like knight c6 could be something for the future to look into also. Here, when they play g4, you don't want to park it on f4? Why not? Why not here? Okay. Okay. After the game analysis, my friend Durlo Borman. You were trying to aim for the e4 pawn. That's what it is. But e4 is defended right now. No, I think you should definitely put the knight on f4, because if it takes, then your bishop becomes a menace, a very powerful piece. Okay, so this is not even a consideration for white to take there. This is gonna go bad real quick. And then you're gonna follow it up with f5, like rook e8, pressure on the e4. This can go very south very quick for white. All right, knight f6. You then, okay, knight h7 takes, bishop h4, queen e8 takes, f6, and we ended up in a very I mean, this bishop ended up in a very, very sad position. But it's hard to break in with white also. Actually, what he did this with knight h2, I was thinking this whole time that he was gonna do this maneuver of move the knight to f1 e3 and then bring it to f5. But that's not what happened. Yeah, f3, I feel like, okay, knight f3 was, I think, a clear misunderstanding. You should definitely try this. And I don't think we are very happy here, because if this bishop could talk, they would not have good words to say to us. Okay, it would be upset. So let's just put it away. Uh-oh. Okay. He just decided to give you a piece for no reason. Okay. You're like, all right, I'll take presents. Who doesn't like presents? Yeah, that's a little weird. He was playing good, and then at one point it looks like he lost the focus entirely. Focus and the thread of the game entirely. All right, but I think, yeah, we could probably, a few things to learn is early, how to play earlier on here when they play like wonky moves like that. And number 2, like knight f4 here, you can see the difference probably. Yeah, you see difference between knight f4 and knight f6 is 2 points, because this is plus 1.17, that's minus 1 almost. So it's like difference is entire 2 points, not 0.2, but 2 points. So that's a huge difference right there. I think it's mainly because when you bring the knight back, your position actually now this g4 and everything makes sense. When you play knight f4 now, this looks like a weakness, because if you are not able to eliminate the knight from f4, then you have a fishbone in your throat, and you're like the entire game you have to be like, you know. All right, let's see. Let's see the last one. Yeah, no. Um, weak color complexes. Luis, the video that actually I posted today, there I talk about this weak color complexes. Okay, it's not an abstract term. It's actually that's what it was. That was literally a weak color complex. Okay, this is a right now dark squares here. This is a weak color complex. Okay, that's what it is, and yeah, definitely something that plays the big role in pawn structure when it comes to pawn structure. Okay, at one point there, and by the way, I do want to take this moment real quick here. On the big one that I have here was pawn structure and weak squares. A single weak pawn or square can be the reason for the loss of the game. I show one game like that, and then another one I make a specifically. I wanted to emphasize that, and I read it out loud kind of in the video. Players sometimes arrange these pawns so that they are all placed on the same square. Such pawns has its positive features as the pawns all guard a colleague, but there is also a problem. Adjacent squares of the opposite color are deprived of the defense and become accessible to enemy pieces. So that's literally what the definition of this would be. Okay, on f4. Let me actually use this. I wanna quickly share this. Okay. This is for non-YouTube subscribers. That's the link of the video. For my link to the video, I mean. Okay. Give me a one quick second here, and we can review the last game. All right. Jersey Duda. Knight d5. Okay. I don't know if you've seen me play this on the stream. Knight d5 is a wild try, my man. What if bishop moves back? What are we gonna do with his knight? Move it back? Probably. I mean, yeah, b6, I guess. Knight f6 is a confession. You know, knight f6 is a confession. All right. It's like, just kidding. I was just messing around. Knight b6 is actually, we're pretending that this is all what we wanted. This was what we wanted all along. But yeah, no, I play this too with black. I think immediate. I play knight c6 and then I go knight d7 in this position, c3, and I go knight d7 here to push e5. That's usually what I play. And yeah, I looked into it with computer. You see, computer also, that's what computer recommends. Knight d7, and they usually what they do is they play here, then e5, bishop h2, and you get into these positions a lot. I don't know if you've seen me doing this on the stream, but I've played these positions on the stream a lot. Okay, I get into this quite a bit. Like queen e7, short castle, and usually it's like, okay, what are we doing now? We go f4, 5, or do we go e4 first and then f5? She was hiding from me. I thought I heard the sound. And yeah, she was trying to scare me. And I came back and continued streaming. How romantic. But yeah, knight d7 and e5. I just realized actually. That's usually how it goes in these positions. And then knight f6, and then they play like they try to play on this side of the board. You try to play in the center and then on the king side. We're reviewing Lewis's games here. I am very hungry actually. Ooh, we got a sandwich. Yes, please. Can I have sandwich, please? Yeah, giving up. Good morning, Andrew. Good morning. I'm a taken man. Shanklove. Okay? So I don't be looking for other Twitch streamers. I'm gonna leave it at that. Taking giving up this dark square bishop is criminal thing to do. When you're playing with white, giving that up. No, she actually doesn't watch. Usually. Ooh. Thank you. I love you too. I got a sandwich. Oof. Mm. And it's a fire bun me. Ooh. A little spicy. Yes. Just like my life. Mm. Sorry, guys. I usually do. I feel weird, you know, eating on the stream. Usually, but I couldn't resist this one. I didn't realize how hungry I was. You know what's crazy to me? Like you playing a game, you're like 1800, okay? Like I understand this at 500 level or at like 700 level. But okay, at 1700, you definitely look at what opponent played last, right? Especially if it's not a bullet game. Sometimes in bullet, okay, you play like you spam moves, right? But you ask yourself, okay, what does my opponent want, right? Or you factors that factors in your thinking, right? And the answer is clear as day that black wants to take the bishop. And your reaction to it is let's just leave it there. Let's double up our pawn and give up our precious bishop. Like, how does that decision come along? I wonder this. Especially, you just played h3 for the sake of being able to move the bishop back. Literally, that's the only reason you play h3. Like, this move has no other purpose. Yeah, very strange. I'm usually amazed to see it's a decision making, you know. I think that one of the curious things about chess in general, and as a chess professional, observing like people's decision making, it truly it can be very comic, I think. Okay. He allowed you to play e5. Okay. So while you're like doing things here, capturing and stuff, he is busy with rook b1 and then b3. That's a crazy work. You know, my opponent is ready to open the center up. Maybe I should go castle, you know, get my bishop out, castle. Nah. Let's play rook b1, b3. I think he was probably worried about this b2 pawn. But you should have like just have fun with him. Okay, you should have played bishop f5 and see his reaction. You know, he's like, he would probably be very upset. Like, I can't play my b3, my b3 next. Oh, you did? Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, good, good. Yeah, that's another crazy thing, but that's another crazy thing that okay, he was down and decided he was down in material and decided to trade queens, but as a famous saying goes, mistakes rarely come in singles. Yeah, once you get on that train, you gotta catch yourself and bring yourself back. It's a very common phenomenon. Oh, it's a very common phenomenon. You know, like it's a very human thing to do. We just pick a oops, oh sorry, we just pick a wrong direction or wrong plan, and halfway or already we're at the end of carrying this plan, we realize it's this entire thing didn't make sense. So I guess psychologically, it's an ego trip. We do not want to confess that, oh, that was wrong. Um, you know? So a lot of times, I think if you notice that your plan is wrong, don't be stubborn. Correct yourself. Maybe it's still not too late. Until it's too late, I guess. It's better to reduce the damage and play the worst position than lose in the next 5 moves. You know. All right, but overall, Luis, I would say that you need just some more experience, honestly, and I feel like you are in this trial and error phase right now. You start to get a good um, understanding of the positions, understanding of the structure, different transpositions, because there are a lot of different move orders. I would say your black is probably better than your white though. Okay, with white, I think we probably want to like King's Indian attack can be a lot more flexible than what we're doing right now. Okay, I think the reason for it is when you're with black, your opponent chooses the course of the game because they are playing with white, they are up at tempo, so they will usually take the center and strike, right? Or strike, meaning that like they'll do like d4, e4, or c4, knight f3, knight c3, or they'll play like d4, e4. Basically, they'll show their cards, and then you're reacting on it. Okay, so and as these games have shown, you're playing a lot better when you do that. Now, what does that tell us about our white, though? That tell us that with white, when the ball is on our territory, we're not very good at, or let's put it this way, I'm not gonna say we're not good at, but we are not comfortable making those decisions and choosing the plan and which move order do we want to go, and which plan do we want to choose, basically. Like middle game, I'm talking about the middle game plans once we have played first 5 pre-moves, right? Knight f3, g3, bishop g2, short castle, and d3 then. I'm talking about like right after that. So I would say in terms of work, I would probably try to work a little more on my white repertoire and King's Indian attack and ready openings can be so much more flexible than just d3, e4. So I think you're gonna enjoy mixing it up a little. Okay, but honestly, I want to be very practical. Okay, if you feel like this is a personal choice, and if someone tells you this is what you should do, I don't think that's the right approach. I think you should get good at one particular d3, e4, d3, e4 first, and then try different like Catalan transpositions and try English transpositions. No. You mean like first move, e4? No, all I'm saying is we just feel like we don't have enough experience with it. Okay, with white. But that doesn't mean that it's bad or it doesn't work. It just means that we just gotta tweak a little and optimize and improve. But that's the entire point of it, right? You just started like new opening relatively, even if it's like with reverse color. So there will be a lot of trial and error. But I think you are on a good trajectory. Okay, like if you feel that comfortable with black, with white, when it starts clicking, it's gonna have even better effect because you are playing up a tempo with white when you're playing with white. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, but do make sure that you improve the opening stuff. Like you improve. What I mean by opening stuff is you gotta have a lot of games. When you play, you get in trouble, you lose, you come back, you analyze them, you learn from it, and you see what you should have done better. Okay, that's the process. I mean that you are in that process right now, and you should keep doing that until you feel really comfortable with those positions. Yeah, no, that was honestly, it gives me an idea about your game. So when we talk, and I truly appreciate your support as well. Like for the last however long it's been since since you joined the community, but you've been very proactive. So I'm happy to help for sure. So now it gives me an idea where are you at the moment, and what are you going through. But you got it, man. If like 1750 still feels like you're barely scratching the surface, so I don't see why we shouldn't be going for 2000 like in the very near future. Yeah, you're on the right track for sure. Yeah, one step at a time. What's your pick? Hey, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you again, tons. All right, Shank, or was it, who was the earlier on that wanted to see the game? Durlo, was it? It was once. You got a game for us? Let me use the restroom real quick. Yeah, send the link. Hey, I got it, Luis. Thank you. Thank you again, man. Like, it, it means a lot, man. And I'm cheering for you, man. Let's go. Let's go. 2000 bound. And if you have like improvement related questions, you know how to reach me. So please do not hesitate to ask. All right, once you are playing with black, what up, Nico? You still off, bro? What you got going on? Okay, once. Let's take a look. You're playing with black. And you go for the Sicilian. Okay, they go for the close Sicilian, which is knight c6, bishop goes to c4. Or not the close Sicilian, but they call this old Sicilian. Knight c3, knight f6, d3, bishop b7. Okay, so far so good. You got a better position out of the opening. Bishop g4. You could probably take here, because after queen takes f3, you can play knight goes to d4, attacking queen and the bishop. Okay, this queen will have to probably retreat back or go to g3. Let's say we take on b3, then you go short castle, and now you have a slightly better pawn structure. So I guess that could be a thing too. Because I think what... I see. Okay, so you were trying to initiate this. Then probably what you didn't realize was that the pawn was hanging on d5, right? Or did you sacrifice the pawn on purpose? Prafula and Universal. O is my name. What? Okay. Yeah, that was a blunder. If that was a blunder, then okay. And now you know what is wrong with it. Okay, he blundered it back. But got knight c7 for it. You have queen g2, castle probably, right? Oh, he didn't castle. He could have castled long here, I think. And that probably is a trouble for you. We got home from Pokemon. Okay. Knight d4, nice. Now they go castle. Okay, then you take on b3. Look, d8. Okay, you give up an exchange, but you do have quite a bit of compensation here because white's light squares are very exposed. Oh, wow. And then they blundered bishop d3. Wow, that's a nice win, man. You defeated the 2100, huh? Who is this on? You lost this game? Bro, how did you lose this game? You're up a queen, my man. What? What? Queen c4, checkmate. What are we doing? Bro, did you mouse slip? Or did you panic? And be true to yourself. Which one was it? Because being truthful about it is the first step towards improvement. So if you panicked, that means that you should do puzzles timed. Okay, you should get this stress out in puzzles. Okay, you try to do actually puzzle rush or timed exercises in general. It doesn't have to be necessarily puzzle rush, but that helps. Okay, but in general you should try to do exercises puzzled where you are in time pressure. Okay, and then try to improve the average speed per position. That's why when you look at the puzzle, you shouldn't try to take forever. You should be time efficient with your solving. So yeah, be serious about timing. Like time yourself when you do puzzles. Like give yourself, depending on the difficulty, give yourself like 2 minutes. And after 2 minutes you have to make a move. David, How are you? Mm. Yeah, it was almost in the back, man. Queen c4. Queen c5, and this is a mate. Mate on the next move. Half asleep? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Remember. Remember once you're made for this. You're made for pressure. If you play Magnus Carlsen, if you play me, if you play like whoever it is, doesn't matter. Okay? You gotta believe that you are made for it. And anything can happen in a single game. Like anything. Literally anything. Even if you like when you play Magnus Carlsen, still he's human. He make mistakes. There are a bunch of examples when he makes human mistakes, right? He makes way less than others, but if it's a 99 out of 100, you want to believe that that one game is going to be against you. Okay? Because otherwise, if you do not have belief, that kind of belief, then you're never gonna beat stronger players. No, but that's possible, right? That's possible that you get whooped. But what this is about is it's about the improvement mindset that you are capable of beating anyone. That's what it is about, really. Capable of like having the belief that helps you improve. Okay, so think of it this way: you're playing a tennis, but you're like, I'm never. Exactly, Kevin Garnett, like anything is possible, exactly, and rip your shirt off. No, but for real though, like it is a fact because otherwise, let's say, like, imagine playing a basketball, but you are either you have too much respect for the other side or you are afraid and you never take a shot in the opponent's basket. That's a crazy thing to imagine, right? That cannot happen, right? So then why would we allow it to happen in the like on the board? Is 14 1500 called good in your opinion? No. But again, I don't think I also don't think 2400 is good. Good enough. If you're asking me my opinion. Mm, but but if you're asking me from the statistical perspective, then you're probably in like 80% of the players. Or like 70-80% of the players. Subjective. Yeah, Slim Saucy, what's up? Hey, hola, papu, ay ay. Hola, papu, ay ay. Who did this? Someone gifted me jewels. That has the name Hola Papu Ay Ay Ay. Hola Papu Ay Ay Ay. That's what it is. Okay, Slim Saucy, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm fed now. Shadows, fourth, Chaos, Emerald. Once, greetings, greetings, my friend. And Andrew here is also from the from England. So good morning to you. Which part of England, my friend? I'm a big Liverpool fan. Once, when you do puzzles, okay, let's say you should not compromise quality though. Let's say if you say that I'm gonna do 2 minutes per puzzle, make sure you are trying to give your best in that 2 minutes. And based on those decisions, then you make a move. Slim Saucy, North California. It was nice and 70 Fahrenheit here today in Arizona. No way. How is it in California? Saucy. Is it cold? Because we have freeze warnings and the winter storm. We have a winter storm warning. Yorkshire like the Hobbits? No way. My lady actually is watching right now the Lord of the Rings. For about 150th time. Coldest air mass in the world will be over the northern part of our province this weekend. No way. Like in the world? How is that even a prediction? How does someone predict that? Wait, what does YouTube say? Bro, I haven't done the test, so I don't know which Hogwarts house would I be. I'm not gonna lie. Meteorologist. Yeah. Bro, you're gonna send the challenge. Where did you go? Who was trying to send the challenge earlier? Saucy. You gotta send the challenge like that, bro. Unrated 5-minute game. Minus 51. Jeez. We are minus 15 or it gets about like minus 15 here or like 10 and people are freaking out. Ah! Oh, you were looking for okay. No, that's good. I thought you wanted to play. No, that's fine. That's fine. Um I'm gonna play my man Nikos. Meanwhile, okay. It's since we just did the whole thing. On, let's turn this off. I'm gonna play a G3, and I'm gonna try. Actually, maybe I should do a. Should do a something. Let's try D4. What I was gonna do. Like 0 to 2200 speed run. Zero to 2400 speed run with King's Indian attack and King's Indian defense. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Okay. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I was gonna explain the entire like Catalan thing here, and I didn't realize that the queen was. I had selected the queen, bro. Nah, bruh. I think it's kind of disrespectful actually to keep playing, huh? I'm gonna resign. Do you want me to resign, Nico, or no? No, bro. I'm down an entire queen. No, you got it. You got it, Nico. This is disrespectful. Yo, is that your is that the first game? You officially opened the score, huh? No, I think you actually we've had few draws, right? I think. Okay, I'll play D6. What Luis was saying, or Luis was doing earlier. Try Starry. Okay, so we transposed into Sicilian from the Pirk / modern defense. Usually, white's dark square bishop is a very important piece. So we definitely want to trade our knight for it if we're given the chance. Is that how you say your name? Trey Starry? Yes. Hitten Dragger Wall. And the other one that I cannot read. Our friend, we can, if you can challenge me. I have the challenge link in the description. All right, the knight is kicked, so I'm gonna try to bring it back to d4. Knight takes e5. Now the question is, we probably want to take with the knight and attack the bishop, but also we could take with the pawn and get the grip on the position. Get the grip, bro. Get the grip. Do we want to do that? So if we take a knight, let's say bishop moves away, then what are we gonna do? So I think we take with the pawn, because that dark square bishop is gonna get traded anyways. David. Nico got a dub, bro. I mouse slipped and blundered the queen. But he still gets the credit though for being there and giving it a shot, for showing up. I think Nico blundered bishop h3, but it might not be blunder that is too bad. So here, then I can move the bishop, but let's say back. Yeah, I think I still want to do that actually. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? I thought you were thinking about f4. Do you pre-move g takes h3? This was not the mouse slip. Okay, mine was the mouse slip. Just to be clear. All right, 1-1 and Collins. I'll play you after. Or you want a decider, or you want to call it a piece? Nico, you want to call it a piece? We can play it a tiebreaker. Okay, that's fine. You can see a challenge link. Challenge link is right here. But 5 minutes unrated games. Let's do it. Collins. Oh, my bad, Nico. Okay, sorry, bro. I'll play you. Let me. Collins. Let me play the tiebreaker with Nico, and then I'll play you. Okay. Sorry, bro. Okay, come on. Come on, Nico. Let's play the tiebreaker. Timberwolves fan. You wanna... What happened? I saw the challenge coming in, and I accepted, and it didn't... I saw challenge coming in, and it disappeared. limit reached. All right, let me get one game then against Collins, and then maybe it will time out. All right, Collins, let's go. 2100. Man, I'll play King's Indian. My man is from Kenya. Do I have any weird settings? Do I? I don't know actually, but I don't think the settings should apply to unrated games. Okay, bishop g5. I'll play knight d7. There is going to be e5. So I'll play c6 actually. h6. Now pose this bishop a question where it goes. Okay, he decides to go back bishop e3. Now let's try go knight to g4 to force the bishop back. And then now the question is, should we go e5? Takes, queen d8, king d8, bishop g3. But then our knight gets stuck on g4. It's very awkwardly placed on g4. So there's a few things we can do. One could be probably something like b5 here. The second, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go b5 and move the knight back. All right, I was going to go b4 there, but now he protects this, so we could technically still go b5 and a5 actually. Okay, let's do that. Let's go a5. Next, I want to expand here and go bishop a6 to try trade the light square bishop also. Now, the reason I would want to trade here is to get the queen off this diagonal, so it's not hitting the h6. Number one. Number two, also, if he goes e5, we're gonna have knight d5 and attacking the bishop. So I'll, you know, I can take that one right now. I can also play bishop b5 actually, b3, and then try take there. b3 takes there, pawn takes, and just continue living my life. Which one do we prefer? I think I would prefer taking here. Okay, he takes with the c pawn. What if we go here? e5 takes, knight d5, e6 takes, rook e6. What is that? What is that? Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have taken on d3. Okay, I really do not want to allow this, but I'll play g5. So I can castle next. How bad it is? I don't think he can play h4 right now because I'm gonna have this. Now, ideally I would want to prepare myself for c5. And in order to do that, first I have to get my knight out. So that's why I'm playing rook a6, so I can defend this guy. Okay, he's going for this pawn, looks like. Okay. What are we gonna do about it, actually? c5 was possibility, actually, or no? So now we got this pawn protected, but our position still looks loose, actually. At the moment, this knight on a4, I guess, is somewhat stuck there, so that's probably, yeah, good for us. But also, it's probably not gonna last very long. Let's go c5. Try to undermine. Oh, he takes. Interesting. Interesting. I was expecting d5 and then knight to come to c4, and he was going to try to go for the e5 push. But e5 push does not seem to be a thing for our opponent. Knight d4. Okay, I guess he wants to go knight f5, huh? If we go here, probably knight goes to b5. Oh, time, man. When did time completely escaped my I start playing fast. I gotta start playing fast. This knight is hanging. Pawn is also hanging on d3. And so is our flag. At 19 seconds. I've locked. Good game, man. Good game, Collins. Volume effort. Your favorite player is Steinitz? You from Kenya, my man? That's cool, bro. GG's. Good game, Colin. Good game. That was good. Let me edge you. Let me edge you, bro. Friends and stuff. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Absolutely. Oh, we are friends. Yes, we are. We are. That was good, bro. You were cooking me earlier, like somewhere here. Yeah, my king looked very exposed. All right, Nico. Uh, I saw the challenge coming in again. It's not doing it. He's not doing it. Damn, it's past 12 o'clock. Okay, my Twitch people. Check out my YouTube, bro. Check out my YouTube, please. I got a cool stuff. Cool stuff. Okay. This is some. But only check it out. Oh, no, not that one. No, what I mean is like Eden. Here we go. Okay, some fire stuff right there. Okay, whenever you guys have good 50 minutes, or just put it on and turn it on, and but make sure you listen to the entire thing, okay? Or have it on. Okay. I'm going for the. What is this, bro? Yo, the rever reverse dash. Is that how you pronounce it? Aha, you learned your lesson, huh? What's the vampire gambit? The vampire gambit. Wow, what is that? I'm kind of intrigued now. I mean, C4, E5, F4. That does look like vampire. Did you come up with the name? Or who came up with the name? Can you analyze my game? Shubham, I'm doing good. How are you, my friend? Playing knight d5. Shantori Wilkins. Let's go. d4. All right, let's take it. Let's take queen takes d4. Okay, this is hanging, so obviously we do not want to give that. That's a very important pawn, in fact. So we have to make sure we got that secure. Okay. Who was watching? Who was watching? Who was watching me anticipating this? I did. I didn't say it out loud on purpose. Nico. Tactics, bro. Tactics. Tactics. If you don't fall for knight b5, it's actually. Yeah. It probably equal. If you don't fall knight b5. I was actually thinking of knight b5 myself. Okay? I was thinking like, what do I do if I play king b8? And then I saw it, so that's why I wanted to set it up. But yeah, I can sense the rust. What game? Which 7 moves, David? Would you believe if I had made in one against Eric Rosen but lost on time? Yeah, I would definitely believe. Sounds quite believable. In fact. Was this that actual game? Game adjourned by mutual agreement. I believe it, bro. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I know you're not joking, bro. I know you mean it. Let's move both knights out. And then I think actually I'll go for the open Sicilian. Let's see what our opponent does on the open Sicilian. All right, usually my recommendation is do not try to play e6 and g6 together. Okay, you want to choose one or the other, because if you do, then you got the holes in your position. So you want to do one or the other. All right, let me finish this game, the reverse dash. I know, bro. Dr. Z is telling me my elo is low. I mean, I know that it's low. Kinda. If you're trying to offend me, you're not offending me, bro. Okay, now normally I would take with the knight, obviously, and keep my pawn intact, but let's try to take with the pawn, so this knight can go to d6 with the check. Okay, if you do play d5, now I can take on d5. Okay, when you do take back, I was gonna take queen d5 and keep the pawn, or try to keep the pawn. Point is, if queen takes d5, knight c7, check, king loses the castle, we get the queen back, and very importantly, we are dominating dark squares. That's important, actually. Warns! What happened, bro? What happened? Armando, welcome. Welcome. I'm just happy after almost a year since I first learned the game. I hit a new high yesterday, 1324. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Let's go. But next, 1500. And we can try the Dracula defense as I described earlier. Yeah. Wait, I was gonna see that game though. It's funny. It's funny. Lichess is immediately mistake. Mistake. It's funny. Okay, but I... Oof. Well, okay, this is a one way of playing it. Now you transposed into... This looks like a... What is that thing in the... Muzio, right? In the King's Gambit, there's this type of stuff. Muzio Gambit. Oh, man. What? Eric, what are you doing? Eric, what? Time trouble. 92. 92. Oh my god. Ah. That's heartbreaking, bro. What's up, Jingle Jangle? That's heartbreaking, my man. Bro. Queen A3 would have been a checkmate. Yeah, that's rough. Hey, alright. Next time, you gotta come back stronger. And next time, wait for your chance. And when you do get your chance, snatch it like Conor McGregor. Hey, what's up, Armando? Armando. Tristray. Wait, who was next? Once we just played, bro. We just played, bro. Damn, it's 12:30. Boys and girls. Boys and girls. Okay, I think I'm gonna take off real sharp here, okay? I'm sorry, but I see. I didn't realize actually, and I can hear sounds of the kitchen. Never too late for chess. It is too late. It is too late for chess. Now I wanna try tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the Freestyle Friday or not, but okay, day 3 of the 30-day challenge successful. Tomorrow is gonna be day 4. Technically, actually, if it's past 12 o'clock, does it count as day 4 already? Freestyle Friday is Chess 960 tournament. Or Fisher Random, if you shall call it so. But yeah, I have a big video on a big 1-hour mini course on YouTube that I linked earlier on. Okay, I'm gonna link it one more time. All right. I'm still not 100% determined, but like decided. I'm like, but oh, I didn't do my push-ups for today, bro. I'm missing 40. I gotta get that in. I gotta get that in. Okay, after I'm done with the stream, I can do 20 and 20 real quick. 20 and 20 real quick. Okay. Okay. Let's go. And I'm gonna have 20 more left. Okay. Another one of my challenge is I gotta do at least 100 push-ups every day. Okay. And I can do it I can split it out. So I usually do 5 sets of 20. Okay, day 4. So as you guys can see, in the thousand. No, really, because I think I struggle with consistency. Like anything that requires follow-up task, I feel like I'm not like great having discipline at it. So even though it's not much, you know, it's just the habit. It's about the habit, and I want to cultivate the habit that yeah, exactly. It's about the self-discipline. Like it's not as much about, about that I always like I want to do the challenge. Yeah, same as dieting. Okay, if you show me a game quick, because earlier on, Luis, Luis donated. Luis donated, so we could basically take a look at and analyze some games. So you guys should be thanking Luis actually. Whoever's game that we're gonna take a look at. Okay, that is YYY 13 13 13. Yeah, same as dieting, and honestly, yeah, I'm trying to do less sugars too. Kind of like I'm notorious for eating sugar. I eat. I've been eating way too much sugar, so I've been trying to slow down on that too. Just simple things, but showing up every day, even if it's just a tiny thing, just showing up every day. No, I don't have the weight issues. I feel like I can. I've been blessed with the good metabolism, so I eat a lot actually, but I guess I metabolize quick. Coach Shane White Gaming. Which one? I'm ordering myself a smart chess set. Which one are you ordering? Until a certain age, huh? I know I'm approaching. Man, actually, it's kind of crazy. Honestly, it is crazy. No, I'm not even kidding. Hey, thank you, thank you. This but a jest. This but a jest. This but a jest. This but a jest. That's a cool, cool username, bro. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Chess up, chess up too. Okay. Yeah, I've heard actually. I never tested it myself, but I know a friend of mine worked actually for them, so I know some of it. Yeah, I never had one either actually, but I've heard good things about it. That you can do the play and then analyze and also play online from it. You can play against other people. You can connect it to leeches, I think, right? I I would be excited for you too, bro. Yeah, that's like $500, right? Um, David, it's kind of actually crazy. Never in my life I have had a belly, okay, like a fat. And this New Year's, after this New Year's, I was like playing pickleball like maybe like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And I think I'm getting a little bit of a flop. Okay, so that kind of what scared me. to be to be fair, like you probably cannot like tell right now, but I'm getting a little flop here, you know, like right here, which is anyone who knows me is kind of crazy, like because it's a very unfamiliar feeling. But yeah, I gotta stay on top of it. Stay ahead of it. Exactly. Okay. Can confirm. And you know what was the funny thing? When I saw it, when I saw it, I thought I'm wearing a tight pants. Okay, because I was out playing, right? So I was wearing like sporty pants. So I thought it's okay, It's not a real belly or little real flop. It's just because I'm wearing like tight pants. Then I got home and when I took the clothes off, I was like, "Holy smokes! This is actually here. This is here to stay. It's not only pants." You haven't played since high school? How old are you now, Shane? Bro, same. Trey, same. It's kind of crazy. Maybe it was New Year's thing for sure. New Year's is just holidays and it's cold outside and it's you feel like staying at home and eating. And plus all the like celebrations and all the drinking and all of it. It's everyone just wants to eat. All right, Weaklink, is that you or your hobby bezmez? Which one are you? Oh, your hobby bezmez. Okay. Hey, my friend, are you from Ukraine for real? Hey, Slava Ukraina, my friend. Um, I'm from Georgia originally, and we stand with you. Hope it's all over soon. Huge. Okay, you're playing with black, so opponent plays e3. Very interesting. Let's see. Okay, so you are from there. Nice, man. Nothing like a huge Indian meal after. Yeah, it's a bullet setup. I was saying this to my student earlier on. I had a class, and these are usually people that have learned chess on their own, and they refuse to adapt to other openings, you know. When you tell them that, oh, this is not that good, they will try to convince you that, oh, it is actually really good. But I get this hedgehog, and I'm then trying to, like, I have all the basically it looks like all my pawns are on the third rank, and I gained a little bit of I gained the space, and then they try to. Okay, no, not for real. Um, I was just kidding on that. All right, my friend, you played very well with black. Here, you were given the center. You took charge of the center. Then you long castled, finished the development. So far this looks really good. A6 is probably unnecessary because at the moment you are stopping the b5 temporarily, but you could probably start with knight e7. I had that when I was in college with beer and snooker. Yeah. I've tried to get back into the chess, but it's hard without a set. Well, you don't need set online to play online, or you like to play over the board? Then find someone who has the set and play with him. But now that you have set, you're not gonna have an excuse. Okay? You come back and tell us how that goes. Okay? So yeah, a6, my friend, is probably a little weakening here, because now you're initiating a4 and b5. Okay, here, h5. Oh my, he goes a5 instead of b5. That's a little strange. Obviously, it would have been better for white to try to open up the a file. Okay, knight g4. I like that you're trying to turn your attention on the king side with moves like knight g4. Okay, great. This is great. Now this bishop, dark square bishop, can be a huge power in attack. So I don't think you want to trade. Actually, trading this, I don't think you probably want to keep that bishop. Okay, that's good. H takes g4 is good. g3, my man. Okay. What is the opponent's threat? Always keep in mind opponent's last move. What did they play with the last move? They played c4. Why would they play that? Because they're attacking your knight. So right now, you just gave up a knight. You could probably either like go here or go here. You can take the pawn. There are a lot of things you can do here, my friend. Okay, but I think the most important thing is that you did not ask what was their threat, or maybe you did and you didn't notice bishop e5, or in either you were too distracted with your own ideas. Very nice. A little bit of brilliancy farming right there. Very nice. Very nice. Great. Great. Oh. Okay. You can do all that with the other rook. Get the other rook in. But I see you are trying to get some style points in here. What about the rook h2 check? Oh no. Oh my. Oh my. Always pay attention to the opponent's last move. Okay? Are there like captures, checks? Or checks, captures? Right? You can just take the queen. Oh boy. Oh boy. And then you you were the one that missed it. Okay, and you're low, got low on time, and okay. Let me tell you, obviously, the fact that here you are in scramble and you did not see queen g7, right? Okay, that's an oversight, which is unfortunate. But what I would suggest, the main thing is keep it simple. Keep it simple for yourself. Don't overcomplicate it. Now, yes, rook b2 is sexy, but just play rook h2. Bring both pieces there. They're gonna defend it, then take here too, and just caterpillar it. Check, takes, queen a3 there. Adjusting screens might be as hard as to adjusting to a board. I learned chess on my own, but navigate towards the Neo-Catalan. Not that I get it often. Yeah, no, that's good. That's Neo-Catalan is kind of like basically other way of saying ready. Also, what we were talking about. Well, okay. Bye. I guess you are welcome, my friend. Did I say something that was offensive? Like, I am so confused. Yeah, was I the only one that thought that was strange? But you can say it in Ukrainian or you can say it in Russian. Like I said, I said that's like I told. Yeah. Anyways, man, that was strange. All kinds of people you meet, man. Hey, thank you, thank you, thank you. You could. I mean, he could have said something. No, I think it was something about that I mentioned that he didn't like. Okay. Anyways. Try sorry. Knight f3 more there. No, no, like earlier on, like he asked me, "Can you analyze my game?" And then I analyzed the game, and he's like, "Okay, not even okay, bye." And I was just like, or did like, all right, you're welcome. Maybe, yeah. Anyways, okay. Never mind. Well, probably not worth. Designated. What up? Okay, that's gonna be it for me today. All right, amigos, muchachos, muchachas, my friends. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Good meeting all the new faces. We had quite a few new faces today, actually. So good to meet all of you guys. Designated Armando, Jingle Jangle. Hey, Warns, 11, Andrew. Boys, appreciate the love. Um, you all have a great rest of your night, or um, in the other parts of the world, great rest of your day. I'll be back tomorrow, and we're gonna be continuing this challenge together. Zigzy, good to see you too, bro. Good to see you, my man. All right. If you're not my if you're only on Twitch, I got some good stuff on YouTube. Okay, so make sure you check out my YouTube also. All right. Peace. Good night. Much love.